Welcome, traveler. I'm grateful you've come to rest here tonight. This moment belongs to you, a soft turning away from everything the day has carried. Here you do not need to reach for anything. Here you may simply let go. Allow your body to sink into comfort. Allow your breath to move slowly, like water spreading across a still shore. Let your thoughts drift as though they are lanterns floating far above the ground. Tonight the path leads into the 7 chambers, places hidden beyond the ordinary world, each one shaped with its own presence, its own quietness. And if you subscribe, it helps me continue weaving these journeys so new realms may greet you each week. And tonight's journey begins at the edge of a city that sleeps beneath silver light. The streets curve and twist softly, carrying shadows that move without hurry. There is a quiet air of expectation, a sense that something waits just beyond the next doorway. There are doorways that never open in daylight, doorways that wait for the world to grow silent. Behind one such arch begins a descent, a sequence of chambers that few have seen. Each chamber holds its own atmosphere, some vast, some narrow, some filled with stillness that seems to reach beyond walls. None of them reveal themselves all at once. They arrive only step by step. The deeper you go, the more time itself begins to feel different. And when the last of the 7 stands before you, you will know you have reached a place that belongs only to those who traveled this far. You remember only the way the evening folded around you. The streets behind had grown faint, as though distance had erased them faster than your steps could measure. Shadows lengthened in silence, yet the air carried no chill, only a weightless stillness that seemed to guide you forward. Before you stood a wall of stone, smooth and unbroken. But as you drew closer, a single arch began to take shape, lines pressing outward as if carved from within, an opening that had not been there a breath before. You paused, steadying your breath. The archway held no door, only a depth of pale glow, soft as mist folded with light. It did not spill outward. It remained contained within, as though the brightness belonged to another world entirely. The ground beneath the arch was marked with lines, delicate patterns cut into stone, forming circles within circles. Each line shimmered faintly, not bright, but enough to let your eyes follow them as they spiraled inward. You stepped closer, one hand brushing the stone frame. The surface felt smoother than glass, yet warm. A quiet vibration lingered there, not a sound, not a hum, only a steady presence beneath your skin. Beyond the arch a stair descended, the steps narrow, each edge catching faint light as though carved with precision, long forgotten. The air shifted when you leaned forward, cooler, yet carrying no drag, like entering a place that had been sealed for centuries, now waiting for you alone. You let your weight carry you across the threshold. The stone beneath your foot accepted you without sound. The arch closed behind you without movement, no wall, no door, only absence where the way back had been. Lanterns stood along the stairwell, but no flame rested within them. Instead, their glass held a muted glow. Each lantern pulsed slowly, as though drawing light from some unseen source far below. Your hand brushed one. As you passed, the glow deepened for a moment, as if responding to your touch, then settled again, steady and patient. The stair curved downward without haste. Your footsteps carried in soft echo, folding and fading as though swallowed by distance. The further you descended, the more the air thickened with quiet, a quiet so complete it seemed to rest against your skin like fabric. At last the stair ended. Before you stretched a vast hall, its ceiling lost in darkness, its floor marked with sweeping designs that glowed in long arcs. Across the far side stood a door of metal, tall and heavy, its surface etched with a single sigil. It waited unmoving, yet not lifeless, as though the weight of centuries rested within it, holding the secret of the first chamber just beyond. You stand before the door of metal, its surface cool and matte, the sigil upon it drawn with a single unbroken line. It spirals outward, then inward again, folding upon itself in a pattern that seems to move when you hold your gaze too long. It is not threatening, only patient, like a lock that does not demand a key, but waits for recognition. You lift your hand toward it, slowly, cautiously. The moment your skin brushes the sigil, the entire surface shifts, not outward, not inward, but as though its weight becomes transparent. The door no longer feels solid. It thins into a veil of silver light, and when you lean forward, it receives you without resistance. On the other side, the first chamber opens wide. The ceiling climbs higher than sight can follow, vanishing into a darkness that feels limitless. The walls curve outward like the inside of a great sphere. Smooth stone, cut by thousands of thin, silver lines. Each line flows in its own direction, arcing and bending like rivers frozen mid-course. Together they form a network that seems alive, not moving, yet carrying a quiet sense of motion. You take a step onto the floor. It is polished until your reflection hovers beneath you, though the reflection does not copy you exactly. Its movement lags by a fraction, as though it walks almost with you, but not quite at the same pace. When you pause to study it, the reflection pauses too, but its eyes linger just slightly off from your own. The chamber is silent, yet not empty. Your footsteps are absorbed rather than echoed. The silver lines along the walls glow faintly, brightening each time you step forward, dimming when you stop. It feels as though the chamber breathes with your presence, adjusting itself to the rhythm of your motion. At the center of the chamber rises a platform, round and low, carved from the same stone as the walls. Its edge is marked with 7 circles, each one filled with a pattern different from the rest. Lines interlace within them, forming stars, spirals, and shapes that almost resemble faces, but shift when you look closer. You kneel beside the nearest circle, tracing its design with your hand. The stone is warm here, warmer than the air around you, and as your palm rests against it, the entire chamber brightens in a slow expansion. The silver lines flare with light, reaching upward toward the unseen ceiling, then fade back to their steady glow, leaving behind a silence that feels deeper than before. On the far side of the chamber, you notice a second door, taller than the first, its frame woven with curves of metal that glimmer like strands of starlight. It is not open, nor is it sealed in the same way. It waits as though it has already acknowledged your arrival, but requires something still unfinished. You return your gaze to the platform. The 7 circles glow faintly now, as though awakened by your touch, but only the first circle burns brighter. The others remain muted, patient for their time. It is clear the chamber itself is a sequence, a pattern, and to move onward you must first honor each part. You rise slowly, letting your steps carry you around the platform. Each circle pulls at your attention. Each design holds its own weight, yet only the first calls with any true response, a steady glow that does not waver, as though the journey will permit no leap ahead, no skipping of the order. When you return to stand upon the platform itself, the stone beneath your feet shifts almost imperceptibly. The weight of the floor changes, not falling, not rising, but adjusting, as though recognizing your place in the pattern. The second door brightens across the chamber, its woven strands shimmering once, then dimming again. It is not yet ready, but it has noticed. It has turned its attention toward you. The chamber holds still, the silver lines steady, the platform waiting without motion, and you stand in the center, a traveler within the first of 7, knowing more lies ahead, but the path will open only as it chooses. You lower yourself carefully onto the first circle. The stone is warmer here than elsewhere, almost as if it holds a quiet pulse beneath its surface. Fingers pressed against the intricate lines, you trace the shapes slowly, spirals bending into stars, lines intersecting like rivers meeting at hidden estuaries. Each movement feels measured, deliberate, as if the chamber itself is observing the pace of your hands. The glow of the first circle strengthens. Silver light begins to ripple outward along the stone floor, not rushing, but folding over itself in gentle waves. It touches the edges of the platform, folds around your ankles, brushing softly against your feet without pressure. You sense the chamber responding to your presence, not in sound, not in movement you can see, but in weight and balance. A thin line of light emerges from the center of the circle. It stretches across the floor, forming a path of shifting geometry. You follow it instinctively, each step revealing more of the line's shape, arcs forming beneath your feet, curving like liquid silver frozen mid-flow. Along the far wall, the second door shifts subtly. Woven metal strands stretch and contract, as though testing the air. The door's surface catches your eye, pulling your attention without haste. It does not open yet, it only waits, measuring your readiness. You notice small details you had not before. The silver lines along the walls ripple faintly when you pass near them. Angles of light bend differently depending on where you stand. At times the chamber feels wider than it did at first. At others, it seems narrower, folding inward like a quiet breath around you. Returning to the first circle, you rest your palm flat against it. The surface hums not with sound but with subtle pressure. The glow expands again. Climbing slightly up the platform, you feel the pulse of it under your hand, measured, patient, like a heartbeat stretched thin across the stone. Slowly a new line forms at the edge of the circle. It curls outward in a pattern you have not seen. Tiny facets of the stone shift with the light, reflecting shapes that seem almost familiar, but when you try to focus on them, they rearrange, moving beyond the ability of your eyes to hold them. The chamber itself feels alive in this moment, not in motion or sound, but in balance, in weight, in the way each step reshapes the space around you. You begin to understand that the path through the 7 chambers is not about force. It is about attention, patience, careful presence. After a long pause, you rise from the circle. Its glow softens slightly, though it does not vanish. The path of silver across the floor stretches fully to the second door. Its arc invites the geometry now aligned with the platform. You move toward the door, stepping along the shifting line of light. As you approach, the woven metal strands bend again, then pull apart slightly, creating a gap just wide enough for you to pass through. No handle, only the faint sense that the chamber has acknowledged your passage. Crossing the threshold, the air changes immediately, cooler, more spacious, as if the space beyond has not yet settled. The walls are smoother here, less patterned, but light bends along them in unusual angles. Shadows fold in unexpected ways, creating corridors that seem longer than their width. You pause at the center of this new chamber. The door behind you vanishes into the wall, as if it was never there. The first chamber fades in memory, Only the pattern of the circle lingers in your mind, a faint warmth at your fingertips, the memory of weight beneath your palm. Ahead, the next chamber waits patient, deliberate, and you take a slow step forward, letting your hand graze the wall, feeling the texture change beneath your fingers. A surface smoother here, almost silky, yet firm, guiding you onward without urgency. The journey through the 7 chambers has begun, and the first step beyond the circle carries you deeper into a rhythm older than you can name. Settling now into the quiet stretch between one chamber and the next, the air feels different here, not colder or warmer, but denser, as if it carries the weight of space itself. The floor beneath you is patterned with shifting tiles, long rectangles that tilt slightly under your gaze. Each step adjusts the light across the surface, creating subtle movements that make the chamber feel alive without sound. The walls rise high, smooth stone interrupted only by shallow grooves. Some of the grooves trace angular paths, others curve like rivers bending over unseen terrain. Light moves across them strangely, bending and stretching, folding into corners that seem farther than they are. A narrow corridor splits from the main hall. You approach it and notice the floor slopes gently downward. The stone is polished smooth, and your footsteps slide slightly as you move. It is not slippery, only subtle, as if the chamber is testing your attention to balance and rhythm. At the center of the main hall rests a pedestal, rough at its base, carved into a hexagonal form. Its surface bears shallow depressions, arranged in no obvious order. As you reach toward one depression, the surrounding stone glows faintly. An unexpected warmth spreads along your fingers, and the room shifts again. Light bends across the walls in narrow slivers, forming geometric patterns that stretch toward the ceiling. Your shadow does not behave as it should, elongating at strange angles, sometimes stretching to the floor behind you, sometimes floating above it. It does not move independently, yet it cannot be reconciled with your perception. You step closer to the pedestal. The depressions seem to pulse faintly under your fingertips. When you press one, the hexagonal platform tilts imperceptibly. The room reacts. Lines along the walls bend slightly toward the pedestal. It is subtle, almost imperceptible, but enough to make you aware of the chamber's presence. In the far corner, a doorway appears, its edges rough cut, almost unfinished, yet light filters through the gap, pale and shifting, hinting at another space beyond. It does not call you, only waits, patient, deliberate. You explore the chamber slowly, running your hand along the smooth wall, feeling the angles shift slightly beneath your palm, stepping onto the tiles, noting how the floor adjusts to your weight. It is not magic, not in any conventional sense, only an environment that seems aware, responsive, alive with quiet precision. The pedestal remains at the center, its depressions now glowing faintly. You sense a pattern, not something you can name, but a rhythm, a pulse that coordinates the floor, the walls, the very space around you. Minutes pass, or hours. Time does not feel measured here, yet a path becomes clear. One depression draws your attention more strongly. Pressing it fully, the hexagon tilts again. The far doorway widens slightly, enough for you to continue. Stepping toward it, you notice the air thickens slightly around your shoulders. Light shifts as you move, casting angular shapes across the walls and floor. The chamber behind you remains balanced, still, waiting without hurry. You pause at the threshold. One last glance at the hexagonal pedestal. The patterns within seem to rearrange themselves, subtly, almost as if they will never appear exactly the same way again. Then you step through the doorway, leaving the second chamber behind. The air beyond is smoother, lighter, carrying a subtle shift in perspective. And ahead, you sense the next chamber is waiting, ready to receive you without demand. You step forward into the third chamber. The doorway behind closes silently, leaving only smooth stone where it had been. The air here feels lighter, almost thin, yet not cold. Carrying a faint tang of mineral and metal, it touches your skin like the edge of a memory you cannot name. The floor beneath your feet is uneven, arranged in wide tiles that slope at gentle angles. Each step shifts the floor slightly, tilting and balancing. It is not difficult to walk, only precise, demanding careful attention to weight and movement. The walls curve inward slightly, as if the chamber itself is leaning toward you. Embedded in the stone are dozens of shallow grooves, intersecting in jagged angles. Sometimes the lines meet at points that seem to hover above the surface. Your fingers brush the wall and pass through a faint resistance, a sense of texture that is felt more than seen. A low platform stretches across the center of the chamber. It is rough-hewn stone, wider than your body, shaped like an irregular polygon. On its surface rests a single object, smooth and dark, heavy yet balanced perfectly on the uneven surface. It tilts slightly when you approach, as though aware of your movement. You kneel beside it, running your hand along its surface. It is cold under your palm, but the weight is comforting. The object seems ordinary at first, until you press it lightly, and the chamber shifts subtly in response. Tiles along the floor adjust their angle, walls lean a fraction. Light bends along the curves. Along the far wall, a narrow arch appears, its height lower than the previous doors. It stretches just wide enough for your shoulders. The edges of the arch shimmer faintly, though no light source is visible. It does not call for you. It waits quietly. You rise and take slow steps along the floor. The uneven tiles require attention, each tilt guiding your balance carefully. As you walk, the dark object seems to watch your movement, not alive, not moving, but present in a way that shifts the air around it. The walls are bare beyond the grooves, yet shapes seem to emerge in your peripheral vision, angles and lines that shift with your perspective. Nothing solid, nothing threatening, only a quiet sense of geometry and motion. Reaching the arch, you pause, a final glance at the platform, the dark object resting perfectly balanced. It seems unchanged, yet the chamber feels different. You sense the next step is ready. The first two chambers recede from memory, and the third waits behind you as a single solid presence. You step through the narrow arch. The air shifts again, thinner now, carrying a subtle tension. The space beyond is open, yet undefined. Another chamber waits silently, patient, deliberate, settling into the passageway. You feel the rhythm of the 7 chambers beginning to settle, each step measured, each chamber responding. You step into the 4th chamber. The doorway behind closes with quiet certainty, leaving only the smooth stone where it had been. The air here feels heavier, dense with a subtle gravity that presses gently against your skin. Each breath carries a slight tang of metal and stone, grounding you in the space around you. The floor is uneven but deliberate, tiles arranged in shifting angles like steps suspended in mid-motion. As you move, the floor tilts under your weight, a gentle reminder of the chamber's presence. There is no danger, only a steady awareness of how each movement changes the balance of the space. The walls rise high and curve inward sharply. Vertical grooves cut deep into the stone, some wide, some narrow. At moments the grooves intersect with sharp angles that jut slightly outward. Your hand brushing against the surface catches these tiny ridges, rougher than any wall before, a texture that grounds your attention to the present moment. Across the chamber, a low platform stretches along the center. It is rough stone, irregular in shape. Upon it rests a series of small stacked objects, towers of metal and stone, delicate, balanced precisely. They lean slightly with your presence, as if waiting for your judgment. You move closer, your fingertips grazing the edges of the stacked forms. The metal is cool, smooth, the stone rough. Each object responds to your touch with imperceptible shifts. The floor beneath tilts slightly in response, subtle, precise. Every movement matters, yet the chamber does not rush you. A narrow archway appears along the far wall. Its shape is irregular, the top higher on one side than the other. It glows faintly along the edges, as if anticipating your next step. The space beyond is not yet revealed, only hinted at. It does not call, only waits patiently for your arrival. You circle the platform, noting the balance of the stacked forms. A rhythm emerges as you move, the tiles underfoot adjusting to your weight. The walls lean slightly, guiding your path with subtle shifts. The chamber feels alive, not with sound, not with light, but with quiet movement. You sense more than see. Reaching the archway, you pause. The chamber behind remains solid and patient. The stacked forms seem unchanged, yet their presence leaves a memory of weight and attention on your hands. You step forward slowly, aware of the slight pull in the floor beneath your feet. Crossing the threshold, the air changes once more, lighter now, smooth, carrying a hint of openness you did not feel before. The fifth chamber waits ahead, silent, deliberate, and the journey through the 7 chambers continues, step by measured step. Pausing in the space between chambers, you let the rhythm of your journey settle into you, each step deeper than the last, each chamber shaping the path without haste. You feel the quiet anticipation of the next space. You step forward, and the 5th chamber opens before you. The doorway behind has vanished completely, leaving only smooth stone where it had been. The air here carries a faint vibration, subtle enough that it is felt more than heard. It brushes your skin like a current of awareness, reminding you that this chamber is unlike the others. The floor tilts slightly in multiple directions, not abruptly, only gentle angles that shift beneath your weight. Tiles form irregular patterns, some wide, some narrow. Each step you take is a small negotiation with the surface beneath you. Balance becomes a quiet focus, each movement deliberate. The walls rise sharply, pale stone, interlaced with thin veins of silver that catch the dim light. Some veins intersect and then disappear into the stone. Others curve away and vanish before you can follow them. It is a geometry unfamiliar and precise, a quiet architecture of thought rather than of sight. At the center rests a pedestal, low and rectangular. Upon it lies an object, smooth and dark. Its shape is simple yet impossible to define fully. As you reach out, it seems to respond, tilting ever so slightly under your fingers. The chamber itself seems to hold its breath, waiting for your movement. You run your hand along the floor, feeling the subtle shifts of tiles beneath your palm. Small patterns emerge in the light, intricate angles that rearrange. When you look from a different position, the chamber's geometry moves around you, but never abruptly, only with careful deliberation. A narrow passageway splits from the far side. Its walls bend in unexpected directions, not straight, not curved, but shifting subtly with each step forward. The path ahead is not obvious, only hinted at, a space that demands attention, patience, measured movement. You linger near the pedestal, pressing gently against the object. The chamber responds subtly. Light along the veins in the walls pulses faintly. The floor adjusts beneath your feet in small, precise ways. It is not sound, not motion, yet the environment feels aware of you. After some time, you move toward the passage. The tiles tilt as you step. Light stretches along the walls in long, narrow bands. The space bends gently around you. It guides you without demand, without urgency. Pausing at the threshold, you glance back at the pedestal. The chamber remains patient. The silver veins along the walls hold their faint glow, and you step through the passageway. The air changes once again, slightly cooler, smoother. The sixth chamber waits ahead, steady and silent. You settle into the space between chambers. The rhythm of your journey deepens. Each step carries a quiet weight. You step forward, and the sixth chamber opens before you. The doorway behind has disappeared completely. Only stone remains. The air here is cool, carrying a faint metallic weight. It brushes your skin gently, like the faint press of memory against your thoughts. The floor is composed of long, narrow tiles, angled slightly upward and downward in patterns that shift with every step. Your movement requires care, attention to weight. Each tile tilts subtly under your feet, aligning with your pace. It feels as though the chamber itself is guiding you, not forcing, only observing and responding quietly. The walls rise high, almost impossibly, smooth stone interlaced with deep grooves that twist like ribbons frozen mid-flight. Light shifts along them strangely, stretching in angles that do not match the source. Sometimes a groove appears to curve backward, other times forward, creating shapes your mind cannot fully follow. In the center of the chamber rests a low platform, its edges uneven, rough stone smoothed in certain places by unseen hands. Upon it rests a singular object, dark, smooth, and impossibly balanced. As you approach, the object tilts slightly in response. The air seems heavier here, yet calm, almost like the chamber is holding its breath for your movement. You kneel beside it, fingers brushing the surface. The texture is smooth, but carries a subtle warmth, a pulse almost imperceptible. The chamber responds in silence. The grooves along the walls shift faintly. The tiles underfoot adjust. It is subtle, precise, and entirely mesmerizing. A narrow arch rises along the far wall, its shape irregular, a delicate asymmetry that somehow feels intentional. The edges glow faintly, pale and soft. It does not call for you, only hints at the path beyond, waiting for your careful attention. You linger over the object on the platform, tracing lines and angles that shift as your fingers move. The chamber pulses subtly with your presence. The silvered grooves along the walls twist gently. Tiles shift minutely beneath your weight. It is an environment alive, not in sound, not in light, but in the careful geometry of movement and attention. Finally, you rise and step toward the archway. The floor tilts slightly to guide your steps. Light stretches along the walls. The hearth bends gently with your pace. You sense the chamber acknowledging your passage. Patient, deliberate, pausing at the threshold, you glance back at the platform. The object remains perfectly balanced. The tiles, grooves, and light hold their form, and you step through the archway. The air beyond feels lighter, thinner. The seventh and final chamber awaits, steady and patient. You pause in the quiet stretch between chambers. The rhythm of the 7 chambers is nearly complete. Each step deeper, each chamber shaping the path. You step through the archway into the 7th chamber. The air feels lighter here, almost weightless. It carries a faint warmth, soft against your skin. The space stretches wider than any chamber before. Its boundaries are unclear, as if the walls themselves have softened and blended with the light. The floor is smooth, cool beneath your feet. Its surface is patterned with subtle lines that twist in slow, wide arcs. Each step you take shifts the glow beneath you, rippling softly like water. It does not hurry. It follows your pace, matching your presence without urgency. The walls are high and curve outward gently. No grooves this time, only faint shimmer along the stone. Angles catch the light in a quiet dance. Light and shadow move slowly across the surfaces, forming patterns that are never quite the same from one glance to the next. In the center rests a circular platform, low and wide, polished stone. Reflecting a soft, pale glow upon it sits a single object, smooth and luminous. Its form seems familiar, yet unlike anything you have touched before. It hums faintly in the air, not sound, only presence, acknowledging your arrival, waiting without demand. You approach the platform slowly, each step measured, each breath quiet and steady. The glow beneath your feet ripples gently with your movement. Light bends subtly along the walls. It feels as if the chamber itself is breathing with you. Kneeling before the object, you reach out. Its surface is warm under your fingers. The chamber responds in gentle pulses. Light stretches outward in soft arcs. The air seems to hold itself still, as though the final chamber waits for your attention. You linger there for a moment, feeling the weight of the journey. The 6 chambers behind you fade softly into memory. The rhythms of the past spaces still touch the edges of your awareness, but here in the 7th chamber, only calm exists. A gentle glow rises along the walls, soft as early dawn. It flows downward to the floor and up again. The space feels infinite, yet entirely safe. You are present, and the chamber welcomes you fully. At the far side, a narrow passage is hinted at, not calling you forward, only suggesting a continuation beyond. The 7 chambers have reached their purpose. The journey has shaped itself around your steps, your attention, your presence. You rise slowly from the platform, feeling the glow of the chamber against your skin. The light folds gently around you, and you take a few steps along the floor, each step settling you deeper into calm. Pausing now in the center of the 7th chamber, the air hums softly with stillness. Every surface, every line, every pulse of light holds you in quiet balance, and you rest here, knowing the journey is complete, yet the world beyond waits gently. You step forward from the center of the 7th chamber. The glow of the platform fades gently behind you. The air feels lighter, soft, and smooth against your skin. Light stretches along the walls in long, slow arcs. It bends and folds without haste, guiding you quietly. The floor beneath your feet changes subtly. Tiles shift from smooth polished stone to a surface that feels almost like glass, cool and solid, yet carrying a faint vibration beneath your steps. It is not sound, only movement that is sensed more than heard. Ahead, the chamber opens into a wide corridor. Its walls rise high and curve outward. Silver lines trace along the edges, subtle patterns that twist in slow arcs. The corridor feels endless, yet not daunting, only expansive. It stretches in gentle waves, as if breathing with your presence. Along the floor, faint ridges appear, raised slightly above the smooth surface. You notice the pattern aligns with your steps. Each movement adjusts the light along the walls. The corridor responds quietly to your presence. Small shapes emerge in the air, faint, almost translucent. They float without motion, shifting slowly, like reflections in water. Some resemble stars, some abstract geometry. All move subtly with your gaze, never rushing, never threatening, only present. You continue forward. The corridor curves gently to the left. The air feels warmer now, carrying a soft hint of light and metal. Your steps are steady, measured, mindful of the subtle vibrations beneath you. A low platform rises ahead. It stretches across the corridor like a bridge. Its surface reflects the light of the chamber softly. Upon it rests a series of small objects, geometric shapes of stone and metal balanced delicately. They respond slightly as you approach, tilting without motion. You kneel beside them, running your hands along the smooth edges. The corridor seems to lean slightly closer. Light stretches in long bands along the walls. The objects on the platform pulse faintly, a subtle rhythm that matches your breath. Continuing along the platform, you reach the far end. The corridor bends again, revealing a narrow passage. Its edges shimmer faintly. Light ripples along the walls in quiet waves. It does not call for you, only waits patiently for your careful attention. You step through the passageway. The air shifts again, soft and light. The corridor widens gradually. The first hints of a new chamber appear. The space feels both familiar and strange, a place shaped by the rhythm of your journey. Pausing in the center of the passage, you let the experience settle. Every vibration beneath your feet, every bend of light along the walls, every subtle movement of shapes in the air, it all drifts around you in quiet harmony, and you sense the next space is ready, waiting without demand. Moving forward slowly, you step fully into the new space. The floor beneath is smooth and cool, stretching ahead like polished stone. Its surface carries faint patterns, lines that shift slowly with every step. They curve and intersect in ways that feel both deliberate and infinite. The walls rise higher than any chamber before, pale stone threaded with faint veins of silver and gold. Light bends along the curves, stretching and folding softly. Patterns emerge and dissolve again as you move, always changing, never still, yet completely calm. A series of low platforms appear along the center of the space, each one holding objects balanced delicately, shapes of metal and stone, some angular, some curved. They tilt slightly in response as you pass. The air carries a gentle weight, as if measuring your pace. You move slowly from platform to platform, running your fingers along edges and corners. The air hums faintly with presence, not sound, only subtle acknowledgement. Tiles underfoot shift with your weight, tilting and aligning to guide your steps. Along the far wall, a narrow archway appears. Its edges shimmer with soft light. Beyond it, shapes float faintly in the air, geometry that seems both solid and unreal. The passage does not call you forward, only waits patiently. Pausing on a platform, you study the objects closely. Each one carries a quiet tension, balance maintained with precision. Your hand brushes them lightly. The corridor shifts subtly in response. The light along the walls stretches and folds. Every movement creates a delicate harmony within the space. Continuing forward, you step toward the archway. The floor tilts gently beneath you, guiding your steps. Light bends along the walls in quiet waves. The space around you stretches and folds with your movement. It feels as if the chamber itself breathes with you. Reaching the archway, you pause once more. The platforms remain balanced behind you. The faint veins of silver and gold continue to shimmer softly. The shapes in the air twist and fold gently. All is patient, calm, and waiting without urgency. You step through the archway. The air shifts again, lighter and warmer. The corridor widens into a gentle curve. Light stretches softly along the floor and walls. The next space waits quietly ahead. Pausing in the center of this space, you let the rhythm of the journey settle within you, each step deeper than the last. Every surface, every tilt, every subtle pulse holding you in gentle balance, and you move forward with quiet attention. You step into the next chamber. The doorway behind fades to smooth stone, leaving only the memory of passage. The air here feels slightly warmer, soft against your skin. Each breath carries a faint metallic tang, not unpleasant, only grounding you to the present moment. The floor stretches before you in wide, irregular tiles. Some tiles rise gently at the edges, others sink slightly beneath your weight. Each step is a quiet negotiation, subtle shifts underfoot, adjusting to your pace. The surface seems alive with careful balance, responding to every movement. The walls rise sharply, high above your head, their surfaces smooth except for faint twisting grooves that curve like frozen currents. Light moves along them slowly, stretching and folding in gentle arcs. Patterns emerge and dissolve as you pass, shapes that cannot be held, only observed. Along the center of the chamber, a series of low platforms appear. Each holds objects of varying shapes and materials, stone and metal, curved and angular, balanced with delicate precision. They tilt slightly as you approach, responding subtly to your presence. You notice the weight of your attention influences the chamber itself. You kneel beside the first platform, tracing the edges of the objects with your fingers. One object tilts slowly under your touch, not falling, only shifting. Light along the walls bends softly in response. The floor adjusts gently beneath you, subtle angles shifting to guide your weight. The second platform is wider, its objects arranged in a careful grid, some stacked, others aligned along the edges. You run your hand along a smooth metal surface. The chamber seems to pulse faintly, a rhythm that matches your breathing. Each movement is mirrored subtly in the floor and light around you. The third platform stretches across the chamber. Larger objects rest upon it, shapes that are impossible to name, some angular, some smooth and flowing. You approach slowly, fingers brushing the surfaces gently. They tilt and shift minutely, creating a quiet harmony of motion and balance. Along the far wall, a narrow archway appears. Its edges shimmer faintly, light bending in delicate arcs. Beyond it, you see the faint outlines of floating forms, shapes that hover weightlessly in the air. They twist slowly as you observe, never rushing, always patient. You step closer. The tiles beneath your feet tilt slightly, guiding your steps. The air hums softly with presence, subtle enough to be felt more than heard. Light stretches along the walls in long, gentle waves. Shapes in the air shift slowly, adjusting to your gaze and movement. Pausing in the center of the chamber, you take a deep, quiet breath, noticing the gentle pull of gravity along the floor, the soft vibration beneath your feet, the slow folding of light along the walls, the balance of objects on each platform, all responding with subtle harmony. You continue slowly, moving from platform to platform, noticing the differences in weight, texture, and shape, how each object tilts differently under your presence, how the floor shifts gently beneath your steps, how the air carries faint warmth with each movement. Reaching the far archway, you pause. The chamber behind you remains patient, balanced, alive with quiet response. The shapes floating in the air twist and fold gently, The light along the walls flows slowly, stretching and fading with subtle arcs. Stepping through the archway, the air shifts again, lighter, smoother, carrying a gentle, quiet energy forward. The next chamber waits, unhurried, deliberate, and you settle into the rhythm of movement. You step fully into the next chamber. The doorway behind closes softly, leaving only smooth stone where it had been. The air is slightly cooler here, carrying a gentle weight that settles around your shoulders. It brushes against your skin like a quiet embrace, calming and steady. The floor stretches wide, a mosaic of irregular tiles, some rough, some polished smooth. Each step shifts the surface subtly, tilting beneath your feet without notice. The floor seems aware of your movement, aligning with your pace. Balance becomes a quiet, mindful rhythm. The walls rise high and curve outward, their surfaces pale and smooth, threaded with faint veins of gold and silver. Light bends along the curves softly, forming shapes that shift as you move. You notice faint, intricate patterns along the veins, lines that twist and fold like frozen currents, sometimes forming symbols you cannot name, other times dissolving into the plain stone. Across the chamber, low platforms stretch along the center. Each platform holds clusters of objects, stone, metal, and shapes that defy easy description. Some angular, some rounded, some stacked delicately. As you approach, they tilt slightly, responding to your presence without urgency. You kneel beside the first platform, tracing your fingers along a smooth, dark object. It tilts ever so slightly, a quiet response. The air seems to hold its breath around you. Light stretches along the walls, folding in gentle arcs. The floor beneath adjusts minutely to your weight. Everything in the chamber moves in subtle harmony with you. The second platform is wider, objects arranged in precise angles, some stacked in improbable balance. You reach out slowly, brushing the edges of a metallic shape. It feels warm, smooth, alive in presence. Though still, the chamber responds quietly, tilting the floor, stretching light along the walls. Beyond the third platform, the air shifts subtly. A series of floating shapes appear, softly luminous, shifting slowly in the space above the tiles. Some resemble geometric forms, others are curves that twist and fold impossibly. They move with your gaze, bending without sound, never rushing, always patient. You step forward carefully. The floor tilts beneath your feet as you approach the floating forms. Light flows along the walls in slow waves. Patterns fold in response to your attention. The shapes shift softly, aligning with the rhythm of your steps. Pausing in the center of the chamber, you take a slow, deep breath, feeling the subtle vibration of the floor, the gentle warmth of the air, the slow folding of light along the wall, of the soft tilt of the objects on the platforms, all of it creating a quiet, harmonious presence around you. Continuing forward, you move toward a distant archway. Its edges shimmer faintly, pale gold and silver light stretching along the curves. Beyond it, the chamber continues, endless in subtlety. The space ahead is not fully revealed, only hinted at, waiting for your careful steps, patient and unhurried. You pause before the archway. The platforms behind remain balanced. The floating shapes shift and fold softly. The chamber itself seems to breathe, slow and gentle, and you step through the passageway, the air ahead lighter, warmer. The next space opens quietly, settling into the rhythm of movement, attention, calm anticipation, drifting deeper into gentle awareness. You step forward into the next space. The doorway behind has vanished into solid stone, leaving only a faint trace of passage. The air here feels lighter, warmer, carrying a soft hint of metal and stone. It brushes against your skin like a gentle current, quiet and steady. The floor stretches wide before you, made of long, narrow tiles, some smooth, some roughened slightly. Each step shifts the surface subtly, tilting beneath your weight. The tiles feel alive with careful balance, each step a mindful negotiation, every movement considered. The walls rise high and curve inward slightly. Their surface is pale stone, threaded with veins of silver that shimmer faintly. Light bends along the grooves in gentle waves. Patterns emerge and dissolve as your gaze moves. Some lines twist into shapes that feel familiar. Others vanish before your mind can settle upon them. Along the center of the chamber, low platforms appear. Each one holds a collection of objects, stone, metal, and shapes that resist easy description. Some stacked in improbable balance, others arranged with geometric precision. As you approach, they tilt slightly, responding subtly to your presence. You kneel at the first platform, tracing the edges of a dark, smooth object. It shifts ever so slightly under your touch. The floor beneath tilts gently. Light stretches along the walls in soft arcs. The chamber seems to breathe quietly, aligning with your movements. The second platform is broader, its objects arranged in precise patterns, some angular, others curved. You reach out slowly, fingertips brushing a warm metallic surface. It responds minutely, tilting and balancing. The air carries the quiet energy of anticipation, each movement sending ripples through the chamber's subtle geometry. Beyond the platforms, faint shapes float in the air, softly luminous, twisting and folding slowly. Some geometric, some abstract. They shift with your gaze, never rushing, only waiting patiently. You move carefully forward. The tiles beneath adjust gently to your weight. Light stretches along the walls in long, gentle waves. The floating shapes fold and align subtly with your movement. It feels as if the chamber itself is aware of every step you take. Pausing in the center of the chamber, you take a deep, slow breath, feeling the vibration of the tiles under your feet, the gentle warmth in the air, the soft pulses of the floating shapes, the careful balance of objects on each platform, all of it creating a quiet, harmonious presence around you. A narrow archway appears at the far side. Its edges shimmer faintly. The passage beyond hints at shapes and textures, yet unseen. The chamber does not call you, only waits quietly. Your attention guides your steps, patient and deliberate. You step forward slowly. The tiles beneath your feet tilt gently with each step. The air hums with subtle energy. The light along the walls stretches and folds softly. The platforms behind remain perfectly balanced. The floating shapes drift gently in place. Pausing at the threshold of the arch, you take one final glance at the chamber. Its harmony settles into you, the rhythm of movement, balance, light and shadow, and you step through the passageway. The air ahead is soft, warm, carrying a quiet invitation forward. You step through the archway into a chamber unlike any before. The floor is smooth and pale, stretching wide in soft, irregular curves. Each tile shifts gently beneath your weight, tilting and aligning as you move. It feels alive with quiet balance, responding subtly to your presence. The walls rise high above, curved and smooth. Threads of silver and gold weave along the stone, faintly glowing. Light flows along these veins in slow, sweeping arcs. Patterns form and dissolve endlessly. Shapes appear that feel familiar and impossible at once. Your eyes follow them with calm attention, never needing to name them. Low platforms stretch across the chamber, each supporting objects balanced with precision, stone, metal, and shapes that defy clear description. Some stacked in improbable ways, others arranged geometrically, all tilting minutely as you approach. The chamber responds to your presence quietly. You kneel at the first platform, fingertips brushing along smooth, dark surfaces. Objects shift under your touch, tilting without falling. The air carries a soft warmth. Light bends along the walls in delicate folds. The chamber breathes quietly with your movements. The second platform stretches wider, objects aligned in careful patterns, angular shapes interspersed with flowing curves. You reach out slowly, feeling the edges of metal and stone. The subtle tilt of each object mirrors your rhythm. The floor beneath shifts minutely. The light along the walls ripples gently. Floating shapes drift above the tiles, softly luminous, twisting and folding slowly. Geometric forms and curves mingle, shifting with your gaze. Never rushing, only waiting, patient and deliberate. You move forward along the platforms. The floor tilts subtly beneath your weight. The shapes above fold and sway gently with each step. Light stretches along the walls in long, gentle waves. The chamber itself feels aware, aligning with your presence. At the far side, another archway appears. Its edges shimmer faintly with pale gold light. The passage beyond suggests new textures, faint shapes, subtle motion. The chamber does not call you, only waits quietly. You pause for a moment, absorbing the rhythm of this space. You step through the archway slowly. The air shifts again, lighter, smoother. Soft warmth carries forward, gentle and inviting. The floor beneath tilts in quiet response to your steps. The light along the walls flows in arcs that stretch and fold gently. The platforms and floating shapes behind remain balanced, serene and patient. The space ahead curves softly, stretching wider and higher than any chamber before. Faint shapes and textures hover along the edges, never intrusive, only present. The rhythm of the journey flows quietly around you. Pausing briefly in the center of the space, you notice the subtle vibrations beneath your feet, the gentle warmth of the air, the soft pulse of light along the walls. Every object, shape, and pattern harmonizes with your presence, and you continue forward, calm, unhurried, drifting deeper into gentle awareness. The space seems to stretch infinitely. The air feels soft and warm, settling gently around your shoulders. The floor beneath is smooth and pale, wide enough to move freely. Each step tilts subtly beneath your feet, guiding you without urgency. The walls rise high above, curved and seamless. Faint threads of gold shimmer along the stone. Light bends and folds gently across the curves. Patterns shift slowly as you move, forming lines and shapes that dissolve just as quickly. You notice the subtle harmony of the chamber, quiet and deliberate. Low platforms stretch across the center of the chamber, each holding objects of stone and metal, shapes balanced with careful precision, some angular, some flowing. Each tilts slightly as you approach, responding to your presence without demand. You kneel at the first platform, fingers brushing along the smooth surfaces. Objects shift subtly under your touch, tilting but remaining balanced. The light along the walls stretches in soft arcs. The floor beneath responds minutely, tilting and aligning with your movements. The chamber breathes quietly with you. The second platform holds a wider arrangement, geometric shapes mixed with soft curves. You reach out slowly, feeling edges and corners. The objects tilt gently, a quiet rhythm forming with your breath. The floor tilts in tandem. Light stretches along the walls in slow, gentle waves. Above, faint shapes float softly in the air, some geometric, some abstract. They twist and fold slowly, moving with your gaze and presence, never rushing, only present, patient and calm. You rise and move along the platforms, each step measured, mindful of the subtle shifts beneath your feet. The chamber responds quietly to your movement. The light along the walls flows slowly. The floating shapes adjust with gentle grace. At the far side an archway appears. Its edges shimmer faintly with gold and silver light. Beyond, the space opens wide, stretching into soft, gentle expanses. Textures and shapes are hinted at, never fully revealed. The chamber does not call you, only waits patiently. You step through the archway slowly. The floor stretches smoothly ahead, tilting softly beneath each step. The air carries a quiet warmth, soothing and gentle. The light along the walls folds and stretches in delicate arcs. The space ahead is expansive. Soft shapes drift gently along the edges. Everything seems to move with quiet patience. The rhythm of your steps aligns with the chamber itself. You feel the subtle pulse of calm energy throughout the space. Pausing for a moment in the center of this chamber, you take a slow, deep breath, feeling the warmth in the air, the gentle tilts of the floor beneath your feet, the soft pulse of light along the walls. Every object, shape and pattern harmonizes quietly with your presence. You continue forward slowly. The chamber stretches wider and softer with every step. The rhythm of movement and calm awareness carries you forward. The 7 chambers are nearly complete, and you feel a gentle anticipation for the final space, drifting deeper into quiet and gentle balance. You step forward into the last chamber. The air is soft and warm, carrying a faint, comforting weight. The floor beneath your feet stretches smoothly, wide and even. Each step tilts subtly, aligning quietly with your presence. The walls rise high above, smooth and seamless. Threads of pale gold shimmer faintly. Light bends and folds in gentle arcs along the curves. Patterns form slowly, then dissolve just as softly. Everything here feels deliberate, calm, complete. Low platforms stretch along the chamber. Objects rest upon them. Stone, metal, and shapes beyond description. They tilt slightly as you approach. Responding quietly, you kneel beside the first platform, fingers tracing the edges of smooth surfaces. The objects shift gently, a subtle rhythm matching your breath. Above, soft shapes float lightly in the air, twisting and folding slowly. They shimmer with faint, gentle light, never rushing, only present, patient and serene. You rise and move through the chamber slowly, each step measured, mindful of the subtle shifts beneath your feet. The light stretches along the walls in delicate arcs. The floating shapes drift calmly with your movement. Every object, shape, and pulse of light harmonizes with your presence. At the far side of the chamber, a wide archway opens. Its edges shimmer with soft gold and silver light. The space beyond is hinted at, warm and inviting. You sense no urgency, only quiet anticipation. The 7 chambers have carried you fully. You step through the archway slowly. The floor beneath tilts gently with each step. The air carries soft warmth, comforting and still. The light stretches and folds gently along the walls. The chamber behind remains balanced and patient. Ahead, the space opens into a gentle expanse. Soft shapes drift along the edges. Textures shimmer faintly in the warm light. The rhythm of the journey flows quietly around you. Every detail is calm, deliberate, complete. Pausing in the center, you take a deep, slow breath, feeling the gentle weight of the air, the subtle tilts beneath your feet, the soft pulses of light and shapes around you, all of it settling within you. You sit or lie comfortably, letting the rhythm of the chamber carry you, every vibration, every pulse, every shimmer flowing gently through you. The 7 chambers have guided you fully, and now you rest here, completely calm, fully present. The space stretches softly beyond your awareness, nothing urgent, nothing unfinished, just the gentle, unhurried pulse of light, shapes, and quiet harmony. And as you settle deeply into the calm, the 7 chambers remain patient and balanced behind you. The journey has reached its peaceful close, but the world beyond waits quietly, always inviting exploration, drifting into gentle sleep, safe, unhurried.